Hello everybody, welcome. Merry Christmas. Everybody welcome to the stream. As I said before, I am the Tank Commander and we are here for a Q&A and Lego build stream. That's right, this Christmas is a little bit different this year, and this time, guess what? We're building a really big one here. This right here is the Lego Disney Cinderella Castle from the Disney collection. And this is a special one because I got this when Disney was celebrating 100 years of Walt Disney. So you're not going to find this one in a lot of places nowadays. And I will tell you, I'm really glad that I got this because there is so much here. And yes, I already saw in the chat, I'm seeing you over there, Mira Queen. I know you're a Disney fan. I'd say a rather bit of a diehard too. But hey, there's new stuff, new setup. I haven't done a stream in my room in quite some time. Those who follow me on Twitch may have remembered the last time I did that back during COVID. And got a nice new Christmas stuff here. I'll show you. Got a nice new Christmas sweater. This is courtesy of the Tank Museum. I got this from their shop. They got some really nice sweaters there, I'll tell you. If you're really interested, you should check them out. And plus, I also got their their festive socks too. But yeah, this is it. So I mean, this is the Q&A stream, and it is also the Lego build. So you guys will get to see me build this, while I get to answer any kind of questions that you guys want. Do be aware, they must be within reason and must fall within the guidelines of the rules that I have put in the description box. So if you want to find out about the rules, feel free to check it out down below. So yeah. We're here, it's Christmas, we get to have a good time. Now, it's already feeling a little bit hot in here, so I'm just going to crack a window just a bit. Because believe me, it gets hot in here, especially when you decide to put on a Christmas hat. Although, I'll put that on later. Alright. Oh, hello, Hockey. How are you, love? Glad to catch you in the chat. Alright, so first things first, I need to get a little tool so we can open this bad boy up. Here we are. Just a few things of tape to open. Nice and crisp, too. I'd hate to get rid of the box. I'll leave that off to the side here. That way we don't have to worry about it. And we've also got gloves on. You want to use gloves for this stuff because big sets like this, if you don't have gloves on, folks, your hands are going to be red to the point where your skin is going to start to peel off. Believe me, I know. Alrighty. Man, we got a lot of stuff to go through in here. Just look at this. Look at all that. Whew, this is going to be a fun set. I might as well roll up my sleeves for this. Let's dump this bad boy out. Oh, somebody's getting stuck in there. Oh, hello. Aye. It is another box. I will have to get the knife again. Always remember, folks, when you're using a knife, cut away from you, not towards you. I might as well leave this on the desk here. Oh, and look at that. There's even more. And it appears I found the instruction manuals. We're just going to move this box to the side real quick. I think we may want to get a little bit of organization here going. What do we got here? And like I also said, for those who are just tuning in, it is also a Q&A stream, so if you guys want to ask any questions, I'm a historian, you guys can feel free to ask. whatever you want. But again, remember, follow the rules that I put down in the description box. You can feel free to click on that and you'll find out all the rules. Oh, and in case anybody is wondering about the music stand that I have here, that will be for the instruction books. Now we have an extra 19. That makes sense. It should fall over now. I see what this is. This box has all of the other boxes in there. So then you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to do this a little differently. We're going to stack all the bags down here. That way we can have everything else. Got your little sticker sheets. Ooh, nice. And I'll show you guys a little bit of these. Got some pretty nice stickers here. I'd usually prefer printed pieces, but look at these here. Isn't that nice? Nice little things for the set. Those will be fun to apply. Hey, Lakeshore Rail fan. Merry Christmas, brother. How you guys doing? So, we got 1, 2, 3 books. Now the question is, do they list which one is first? Well, that answers that question. Already found it. We are going to get you guys put up here. And since I have my stool here, we'll leave the other two of yous there. Make sure there's no stickers left in here. We'll put you in the box. Anybody home? Alrighty, we got more bags. So we'll take all these down. And we'll do the same thing. Face plates. Keep those handy. I'll just organize these a little bit. Got lots of numbers of ones. That's very interesting. 6. And the chat's over here, so I'll be keeping an eye on the chat over here, so you guys can see that. That way I don't have to keep having to go behind the camera to look. I've got to say, I've never seen it like this. Then again, it's been a while since I've done a building stream to begin with. Alrighty. Oh my God! Hello, Auroric! Happy Christmas to you, mate! I don't know why I went British there. I'll leave that for Steve. I don't think I have any light tanks in the area. I'm sorry. The only thing I think I have are Star Wars tanks, if you can even call them that. I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't know Auroric78 in the gaming community, he is known in the World of Tanks community as the King of Light Tanks. And if you're wondering why, a little mutual friend of ours named the Mighty Jingles has put up quite the amount of YouTube content about him. So if you want to go check him out, feel free to go check out some of the stuff that he's done in the game. Alrighty. We are starting already. And when you empty your bags, folks, make sure that you check to make sure that every single piece is out. I've known far too many people to have lost pieces because they didn't double check to see what they had taken out and what they had not. Question for anybody who's built Lego before. How many of these brick separators do you guys have? I have like a full drawer of these things and I have no idea what to do with them. Well, thank you very kindly, Auroric. I hope you're doing as good as well. And hopefully we'll see you with Walst on Twitch again sometime, because that stuff is funny. You got one of you, who's the really serious light tank player. And then, of course, you got Steve, who is also a serious light tank player, except he does it more for the memes. But then again, that's comparing somebody whose main thing is the Manticore and somebody's whose is the ELC Steven 90. Wow, and we are already... How about that, folks? We are already moving on with with the first minifigure build, which, surprise, surprise, is Cinderella. There you are. Oh, and in case any of you hear any of the background noise, that's just my parents downstairs, so just figured I'd let you know. Here you are, folks. I'll show you. There's little Cinderella now. I do have to say, I'm not a Disney diehard fan. I watch a lot of Disney content about things, but a lot of that is thanks to some people that I know who have done very good content for it, because the subject matter is definitely something that I feel gets overlooked a lot. In fact, I'd say the main credit actually goes to the show Modern Marvels when they released the, I think it was 2-hour-long episode about Disney. So, yeah. That shows you how long I've known about this stuff. I'm curious to know, anybody in the chat, who here has gone to any of the Disney locations throughout the world? I know I've been to Walt Disney World. I've been there a number of times. Mira Queen, if you're watching, I do believe you've been through there a number of times. Very interesting setup, I must say. Already getting into the framework of this castle. Yeah, I can understand, Auroric. What's your current status on the NA server? What are you currently working on? Working on the tier 11s? Okay, let's try and keep count, folks. How many pieces are going to fall on the floor by the end of the stream? That's number one. Nice. I normally would put this on a flat surface, but because there's so much space that is needed for this, always nice to have something reminiscent of the old music days. And by old, I mean old. Like, I haven't played a lot of music since I was in high school, which, believe it or not, is coming up on 10 years ago. For those in the chat who do know about how long ago that was for me, believe it or not, 10 years ago is also when my channel started in 2016. So just think about that, huh? Hey, Merry Christmas, Tovarish! Welcome! For those of you who don't know, Prokhor here, he is one of my compatriots from Russia, so do be nice. He's a nice guy, he's cool, he's chill. Of course, he's Orthodox, so their Christmas doesn't come around until next month. Oh. Nice, Auroric, nice. Yeah, I could definitely see you with the spotting damage. Was that because I don't exactly remember the stream. I hadn't gone back and rewatched the VOD of it. But was that what you were doing with Steve, or was he doing something specifically for Artie? I can't exactly remember that one. Oh, and I'll just say this, by proxy, you can, if Prokhor wishes to, you can ask him some questions about things over there, but don't pressure him. Nice baseline framework. I like it. Oh, okay. Together. Going on the north side, huh? Nice. Lots of pieces. Oh, ping was too bad, Auroric? Which server were you on? Was it EU1? One of the biggest things that you gotta pay attention to with these instructions, folks, is just how each of these are placed nowadays. Biggest thing is, especially if things aren't outlined, there have been a few sets that are actually behind the camera on my shelves that have had some very strange ways of the instructions, where you can either barely make out the outline or almost not see the outline at all. So, make of that what you will. Interesting. Wow. Good Lord, Auroric, how high is that ping? Jeez. I didn't think the ping on the server was that bad. I mean, because I'm an American and I'm only on the EU server, to be honest. Nice, nice. Sheesh. You know, it's funny you say about the free tier. It's funny you say about the free tier 10s, Aurora, because I already got my second free tier tier 6 to 10 already on the EU server, which is not what I was expecting for the well-deserved reward. But I'm like, hey, if I can research the Polish heavy line, I'll take it. Nice. It's almost like wings you could put on the back of you. Although I wouldn't suggest testing it. That's the one thing about LEGO instructions, is that they don't often like to behave very well. Why? I couldn't tell you if I tried half the time. Alrighty. Just like this. Aha, gotcha. Yes, yes, yes. Gotcha. What am I making, Aurora? I'll show you. I'm making this bad boy. It's a special celebratory thing that Disney had with LEGO, celebrating 100 years of Walt Disney. I'm not necessarily a big fan of this stuff, but considering I watch a few YouTube channels about Disney, I saw the 100th anniversary stuff, and I was like, you know, that hits home here, because I was only 10 years old when I first went to Disney, so it sits there. It really does. Nice. Whoops. Oh. How many pieces? That's funny, I never said it earlier. 4,837. I don't exactly remember what the biggest set I ever built was, but it's actually quite funny. Speaking of things that have taken a long time, the longest thing I ever built was when I got the Lego Boeing 787 Dreamliner set back in 2006. I still have that set. That thing, now, due to the fact that back then I had to build it at my grandparents' house, that set legitimately took me over 6 months to build. Part of the fact is, for whatever reason, we got a set that was missing a couple pieces. So, yeah, that was a thing. So, we had to wait forever. We had to wait for those pieces to come in order to do anything else. Yeah. Glad you have that kind of sense of humor, Auroric. But yeah, it's different this year. The family's not doing anything until tomorrow because my sister's not in town. She's with her boyfriend's family celebrating there. So, yeah, I got a rare chance to build something special, and, well, instead of the box taking up space, I can have the beautiful completed image taking up space. So, think win-win. And if you haven't yet, make sure to share the stream, so if you know anybody who likes building Lego or likes doing Q&A, feel free to ask. And yeah, Rourke, you can feel free to ask me about World of Tanks Q&A stuff. I'm not as knowledgeable as Steve, but I'd be happy to answer any questions like favorites or least favorites or whatever comes to your mind. We're all gamers here. Truth be told, we're not. I just say that just for comedic effect. Alright. Oh wow, 5 of those things. Same play, but on the opposite flank. Whoop. Gotta remember to be careful there. It's actually a funny thing now that I mention it. Considering with Lego building, it often gets applied in real life with me. And the reason I say that is because if there are things that are in tight spaces and they need things put together, my family will often ask me to do that. So, yeah, they say leave it to the Lego man, which is true. Because, say, my family has gone camping sometimes, and with Lego building, I'm often the one that loads the wood into my family's truck so we can take it and going camping, because we have so many trees around us, especially dead ones that need to get chopped down and cut up before they fall on anybody. And we basically take all that, and I just do what I do, really. I often say it's nothing special, but, well, truth be told, it's a skill. And some people say doing things like playing with Lego will not help you in any way. As Jingles would say, I'm an eatin' bitte. Or as a lot of Americans would say, hold my beer. Hope everybody's still hanging around. Or at least lurking in the background. Ah, this is like the moat setting. Setting? You don't know? I really don't know. I've been doing this too long. Ah, gotcha. Oh, that's just getting into the rhythm, Tovarish. That's nothing special. And, you know, it's a really unusual thing when I think about it. There was this meme that my sister showed me long ago about different ways that people in the world say Disney. And then, of course, at the end of that, it wasn't somebody saying Disney. It was the old "D's nuts" meme, which, of course, at the time I didn't get because at that time I wasn't in the know and I wasn't really one that really cared at that time. But that was like probably early high school or late middle school days. Who can really say? So what do we have here? 2, 3, 4. There's one thing that I do love about Lego, is the fact that there are so many different things with so many different colors, because that way it's like breaking up the monotony that's in there, and it just makes it more fun. Plus, of course, that is something that can help keep costs down. And that's very rich saying that, considering the fact that in a lot of ways there are certain parts of Lego that are, I guess you could say, a little bit penny pinching. Hashtag Lego Star Wars. But then again, that's just me. I don't know what everybody else would think about it, but that's just me. Oh, I'm going green over here, huh? That makes sense. Okay, Tovarish, if you say so. And yeah, Aurorik. I mean, it's let's just say, because I've been building with Legos since I was like 3, so it's just kind of something. I do a lot of things with my hands, so it's really just like you get into a rhythm with it. And once you get into the rhythm, what is there to stop you? Besides life. I see. You're not getting away. Come back here. Liking how they have this set up. It's really nice how they do this. Yeah. Well, I mean, look at the draw, I guess. You know, speaking of look at the draw, Aurora, tell me, what, I don't know your standpoint on it, but what's your thought about, like, what the hardest lines in World of Tanks are to get, or to research? Because I know obviously I've listened to Steve more than anybody. Well, with the exception of Quickie Baby, but that's only due to the fact that I only found out about Steve like 6 years ago, coming up on 7, good God. But I'm kind of the opinion like Steve is with the artillery, because you do so much less than the regular tech lines go. See, it's funny you say about that, Aurora. I think with the way the meta is, I think everybody kind of stopped choosing to grind light tanks after the French armored cars showed up. I could be a little biased about that, but in my honest opinion, I really think that's exactly what it was because, well, number one, wheel armor. And I don't care if that was bad. It's pretty much true. Ah, so this is going to be for the bridge. Cool. I like it. I like the effects. That's strange. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. I get you. I get you. Alright, and we grab the spare pieces. And what do we want to put them in to keep them safe? Hold up a sec, folks. I need to see if I can find something that I can put this in. You know what? I got this little sake dish here. And a little shrine I did in honor of some relatives of mine, so I'll put that over there. Because too easy, Auroric? What makes you say Artie is too easy? You're lucky I don't show those messages to Steve. Although I will be honest about one thing with Artie, and it's really disappointing about the fact that I still liked it back before whatever they did to Artie happened, because there's old content, and Steve knows about this. For anybody who doesn't know Steve, go look up the YouTuber Honest Gaming. And back then was when you could take armor-piercing shells and you could literally just drive around a corner and just shotgun somebody. Oh, yeah, of course you know where people are gonna be, Auroric, but don't forget, nobody is a extreme light tank tryhard like you are. Alright, so we are building the first prince with this one, huh? Now where? Ah, there's his trousers. Oh, I forget what that thing is. Here we are, folks. I'll show you the next minifigure. Pretty nice. I like how they got the printing on the sides and on the front of the legs. It's really nice. I wish they would do that with more minifigures. Yeah, that is kind of true, Auroric. It's difficult because, well, number one, in heavy tanks, you're not getting anywhere fast. I mean, let's be honest there. Unless, of course, you decide to play the utter nonsensical Chinese BZ line, which I think is probably even more broken than the Object 279E. Which I still say is a busted vehicle, but not as busted as the BZ-176. That thing is cursed. So many people trying to back up the claims of, Oh, well, it was a concept. No, it wasn't. You can't fool me. That's just because wargaming has run out of actual content and has decided to apply remarkable amounts of backwater nonsensical design stuff. Although strangely, wait, you own the 279E or the BZ176, Auroric? Yeah. Well, good for you that you don't use it, because it makes you a less toxic player then. Although, considering some of the vehicles, I mean, that's one of the things about being a historian, yet being a gamer at the same time, is there are so many things that are just not right about the tech trees that I have seen. I mean, prime example being, look at half of the French armored cars. Half of those things never existed. British light tanks. Give me a break. The only thing that I think was anywhere close in there was the FV304, but that thing never really turned into a light tank chassis. That thing became a British armored personnel carrier. And then you got the British wheeled armored cars. The only thing that is really accurate in there is the Saladin. Which is actually pretty funny, because Saladin is not a British thing. Saladin was actually the Ottoman Sultan that faced Richard the Lionheart during the Crusades. Well, I mean, both T-92s were real, Auroric. It's actually funny because I actually do have a model of one of the T-92s. I won't say which one, though. Unless you can figure it out. Why are you sliding? Why are you sliding? Why are you running? I don't know why I decided to do that kind of meme, but okay. Sometimes I watch too much of certain things. Oh yeah, with the 240mm M1 Black Dragon howitzer. I do know that there is at least one place in the world that still has those weapons on standby, and that's Taiwan. Because it doesn't matter what kind of warship the Chinese are flying, there is no way they are gonna, that type of armor that they have is going to stand up to a 240mm or 9.42-inch armor-piercing shell coming down on them. That thing is huge. Oh, is this the turntable? It is the turntable. Pardon me. Oh, and speaking of testing, I don't know if you knew this, Auroric, but did you know that the Japanese are still trying to find one of the Type 4 Cheetos that they say submerged in a lake to avoid it from being captured. That apparently is a thing. Which is actually funny, because in the movie Godzilla Minus One, the tanks that they are using are the Cheeto. And I do not joke when I say that, because in every other Godzilla movie that I see that go from that era, they show things like the M24 Chaffee. Bring back that old Chaffee, instead of masquerading as a T-37. Starting to build more foundational work. Like I said, O'Rourke, it's a Q&A session. If you want to know something about a historic tank from World of Tanks, knock yourself out. And in case you can't see if you can see over to the right, I got a bunch of ships as well. Although I don't believe you're necessarily a warship guy. Not everybody can be like Old Man Jingles. Or, in our case, our mutual friend Flumbus. Which I still don't get how you managed to get into a game of World of Tanks with. But I digress. Alrighty, the dance floor. Now, is this going to show this? Okay. Once I'm done with this, folks, I'll show you the latest update here, because I think this is a very important one. Yeah, it's more of a laid-back game. It's not quick-paced like World of Tanks is. Alright, so I'll show you guys this, because this, I think, is pretty interesting. This is at the back of the castle here. This is the dance floor like you see in the original, I think it's 1955 film, I believe? I can't exactly remember. I believe Cinderella and 101 Dalmatians came out. They were both in the mid-50s. One was 54 and one, I believe, was 56. Yep. I mean, who doesn't want to hang out with the salty potato? I don't know if you ever know, O'Rourke, but oftentimes whenever I resub on Flumbus, I always leave a super special message, and he'll always come up and say, "Oh, here comes a super special message again." And half the time I still manage to crack him up. Just don't mention the USS Montana with him. If folks are wondering why I'm looking at the pieces like this, when the things come out of the mold, they break off on one end. I don't know if any of you are, like, really Lego builders out there, but oftentimes nowadays I'll literally go, like, to do the best I can to hide those spots. I wouldn't necessarily consider them to be blemishes, but, I mean, there's only so much you can do in the industry, I guess. Although that might be giving it more credit than it's worth. Nope. Oh wow, that's long. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of why in the channel point redeems he bumps it up by 1,000,000 every time somebody puts one out. Which of course I know I'll never get to because I don't often watch much of his streams that often anymore. I mean, I'm not saying that it's boring, but oftentimes I really don't have the patience for World of Warships half the time anymore. Probably due to the fact that I've been watching it for so long. Thank you, Jingles. Yeah, that's still 2.1 million points away from being able to see it. Although I highly doubt I'll be on stream for it because they are more people over there are doing more streams earlier and earlier. I'm like, I can't keep getting up that early. Bloody time zone differences. Okay. This... Good point. Good point, Auroric. I guess call that the luck of the draw. Though the question is, what draw? Starting to get into the nitty-gritty details here, huh? Hang on. A little bit of trouble seeing there. Yeah, I'm curious, Auroric. If you had to say, if you had to choose a line after light tanks, what is it? I'm curious to know your thought process. I would want to guess, but I don't really like to assume with that stuff anymore. Same way other side is a mirror effect. Oh, that's different. Held up. Interesting. When I think about it, I genuinely think O'Rourke would probably be something like a medium tank player. But then, of course, that would be doing a disservice to him and his light tank gameplay. Hopefully everybody in chat is enjoying so far. I know it's not necessarily something one would consider watching on Christmas, but I'm glad to be here to provide content for you guys on a day like today. Pathway. Nice. Easy there, hot shot. One thing you gotta be careful about when you're using gloves is that they can sometimes get stuck. Like that. Alright, no worries, Tavares. You have a lovely evening. Oh, and if you can, Tavares, send a message to Lukash. Tell him to pay attention to his YouTube feed. So how are we doing this here? Ah, interesting. Okay. Man, oh man. I see that little sneak in right there. Thought it would catch me out, but nope. Alright, move that aside. Collect all the spares. And put it in the dish. I can't say I have O'Rourke. I feel like I've heard of him, but I can't say for certain. Alright, so this, ladies and gentlemen, is what it looks like after just 2 bags. Well, 2 I guess you could say is subjective to this. Got the nice little details of this. It's always nice when they can get like the fine details at the theme parks. It's really nice. sure you are tuned in and ready. Alright, now to start with bag 3. And in case anybody needs to take a break or anything, feel free to go right ahead. We've got 25 or so bags that have to be gone through to get this puppy built. Yes, you heard that right, 25. And this is these are bags number 3. Speaking of things, might as well crack open a Gatorade. Always make sure to remain hydrated, folks. Oh. Oh, you know, I should have put 2 and 2 together. That's why we have you here, Auroric, because it's for things like that. But nope, I can't put 2 and 2 together half the time because, well, nobody's perfect, and hashtag ADHD. So we're going to be doing a lot of spinning in this step. As long as it's not enough spinning to give me a headache. You know, speaking of spinning, Auroric, are you aware of the insanely crazy turn radius with the ground resistance on hard terrain for the Hetzer in the game? I'll tell you, every time I see Steve do that, he just gets down and boogies. Of course, then he has to go in front of a tank and insult them by spinning the vehicle 360 degrees around before derping them in the face. Yeah, well, Aurora, that's just because you're try-hard by nature. Then again, you're also not somebody who likes to seal club. My God, anytime I think, you know, it's funny now, anytime I think about seal clubbing, it makes me think of the old Jingles content from over a decade ago, and you could only get the Panzer II-J or the BTS-V Tier 3s if you bought boxed copies of World of Tanks. God, I remember hearing about that because, well, I was in frickin' high school when I was hearing about that. Trying to do a mirror effect here. There. Oh, go. 12, huh? Okay. Oh, what? O'Rourke, are you saying you don't even use Aslane's mod pack for anything? Man, you really go hardcore, dude. Ooh. Looks like we're going to be needing those stickers really soon here, because I'm seeing a panel that we got to build. Alright, challenge accepted. Always remember with these little hinge pieces you get, when you have the instructions, make sure you pay attention to which orientation they need to be at. Okay, that is pieces 2 and 3 that we have dropped now. Hope we're keeping track, chat. That's why when you have round pieces like this, you always want to make sure they're standing straight up. Otherwise, they are going to just roll right off. O'Rourke, I feel like you saying I play straight. I feel like I need to say a bit of a Steve joke, but I'm not gonna. Because I ain't that cheeky. Oh wow, this is an interesting one here. Alright, gonna have to take the gloves off for this. We are starting with sticker number 3. Go nice and straight. I'll show you guys this once this part is all set, so you can see it. Step in there, you. I don't need any trouble. I thought so. And this one, we are doing number 4. You know what? I'm curious, O'Rourke. What's the tier 8 that you play the most? And for everybody else in chat who's watching, please feel free to make yourselves known. No need to hide. Like I said, you guys are here. Let's converse. Let's interact. Alright. Put these on there. Oh, what's this? Whoops. My bad. I did not mean to hit that. Oh, hello, Media in Motion. What's on the menu? That is a good question. That is a good question indeed. So, you're saying that for Tier 8, O'Rourke, the most played vehicle that you do, is also the most expensive vehicle in the game. That's what you're saying. Well, I'd say go ask Steve. Because price per shell, I think the gold ammunition, what is it, like, I think 2,800 credits per shot with the gold shells, I believe. The cheapest, the greatest money makers are the T-26E5 and the T-26E4 Super Pershing. And one should mention that War Thunder they do a very bad job at putting the correct designations of things, because if you actually look at the Super Pershing, in War Thunder they call it the T-26E1-1, but the only reason for that is because of the fact that was before it got the 90mm T-15E1 gun on it. Alright, so we'll be putting this down in a moment. So, I will show everybody. So here is the nice special little thing for us here. And that is Snow White and Rapunzel. Not bad. That's really nice. I like that. Well, standard ammunition is amazing, but isn't it like one of the lowest damage per gun of Tier 8? Isn't it like 175 average damage with that shell? I'm not that fluent. Most of the stuff I hear is from Steve, because I don't pay attention to it half the time, but that's just me. Got 6. Well, yes, I mean, but do remember, Aurora, you also gotta realize that in the game you kind of have to be able to make quick decisions, and if you have to fight your way out of a situation and you have a gun with that low of alpha damage, you could be in for a rough ride. Now, of course, I do know that not everybody is the type of scout that you are, but I think we both get each other's points. And define hidden features, Aurora. I'm curious to understand your reasoning. Man, talk about intricacies on this set. Alright, we're starting the other side now. coming up on almost halfway through the first out of 3 books. Alright. Working on this. What number is it? Number 1. Alright. I have the feeling if O'Rourke is actually defining hidden features, I have the feeling we're gonna be seeing a soliloquy here soon, folks. Ah, okay. I get that. So we got one more. I take it there's a second half of that message, O'Rourke. Oh boy, O'Rourke, if you saw some of the stuff that Steve found about some of the vehicles when it comes to aiming, you should see what things looked like with a damaged main gun Burrasque. The gun was literally more accurate with a damaged gun if you had a certain setup. I am not joking when I say that. That is piece number 4 now. Where'd you go, you little stinker? And it's gold, so it's gonna blend in with the floor. There you are. Somehow the doggone thing drops under the table. Medium motion, I'm not, in regards to party, I'm not exactly sure how you're defining that. You know what, O'Rourke? I'm now curious to know if you had to pick a vehicle or tell you what, if you can come up with, like, say, up to 5 vehicles that you would want removed from the game, what would they be? This. And is this a thing? Yes, it is. Alright, let's show you guys the next panel. There we are. So we got Lego Cinderella and we have Tiana. Not bad. Well, you got to remember, Auroric, the French armored car line goes down to tier 2 with the Gendron. So, that's technically more than 5. Here we go, going back to the old columns. Alrighty. So there's nothing else besides the armored cars. I mean, I definitely agree with you. The armored cars should be either completely nerfed into oblivion, or they should just be removed, period. Because if I had to say, I'd probably say the armored cars, all of them, including the British. So the armored cars, Object 279E, the Chinese rocket line, I would say the second Japanese heavy line, that's not the super heavies. After that, that's where it becomes tricky. What would I want to say? I would probably say... I'd say the upper tiers of the Russian light tanks, because those things are too bizarre for my liking. Especially that Frankenstein, the LTG. Ugh. Alright. Nope. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I feel like with gold ammo, I feel like that's something that there are way too many people out there who try to cover up their own inadequacies with it. If you think about it. It's like, just learn to get better. Of course, there are those who try to say that people can't get better. I'm like, oh yeah? Look at Steve. He's got a debilitating muscle condition, and he's got 62% wins. So just take that into account. I'm curious, because I see there are still a number of people that I haven't seen in chat. Who else is in chat out there? I'd really like to know who's choosing to stick around with us today. I appreciate that. You guys have no idea how a small channel like me really appreciates the viewership. I really do. I think we had an extra piece roll onto the floor because we appear to have an odd number of things for the columns. So we must do an investigation. Because I only have 5 on this one. So, 'tis a very peculiar occurrence, and one must... Oh-ho! Remember what I said, folks? Remember what I said? Check your bags. Ah. Alright, time to put on other columns. Media in motion, didn't you ask about that the other day? Alright, folks, so here we currently are. Looks like we are preparing the grand ballroom. Anybody care to dance? And it doubles as the outer walls, but I guess that's probably going to end up being thicker as well. Nice. Very nice. And now to bags 4. Might as well just lay you guys down. Well, Auroric, if you're curious to know, things are progressing slowly. I would share more information, but I think it would be better if I sent you the link to the Historical Society's Discord server. That way you'd be able to find out more there. And if you are curious and you want to find out about that, if you're in touch with Flambas's mods, contact Myriad. Because she's the head moderator of the Historical Society server, believe it or not. Alright. And we are starting to build upwards now. Pardon me. You know what? I haven't hydrated in a bit. Yes, Auroric. Mary is there. She is there. Media in Motion, to answer your question, there were some good donations at the recent show in November. Hopefully, we will see more happen at the show in February. And, yeah, I mean, everything is slow and steady right now. A lot of that stuff isn't going to be able to start happening until we start getting the track project at the at the Heritage Discovery Center set up. So I'd offer more information, but that's not my department, if you catch my drift. Starting to build up, so I was right. Right. Okay, I don't know why I decided to start doing the Muppets song. Then again, you think about it, in one way or another, we are all Muppets. 4, huh? Okay. That is true, Aurora. Slow is still progress, because no progress is ever speedy. Yeah. It's Media Motion. The show is Saturday, February 11th, and Sunday, February 15th, or 12th. Excuse me. Sorry, February 14th and February 15th. Valentine's Day weekend. Brain, English, work. Okay, now for some reason I'm getting songs from the movie Oliver Twist in my head. Anybody ever get that? Those old tunes from old movies and such in their head? Apparently it happens to me quite a bit. Sounds like people got heavy loads outside. Speaking of heavy loads, Aurora, have you ever seen, you ever realize when you and Steve game together, notice how there is an interesting blending of basically, I guess you could say, similar but opposite play styles in the game? And it just turns into something that you think is just going to go horribly, and yet somehow it still manages to go well. I'm curious to know your thoughts. No? Well, maybe Maybe Steve needs to get you into more of the scouting trains. I have the feeling you'd probably have a blast in that. 6 of the buggers, huh? Going into more of the, what do you call it? Cross members, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, let's be honest, O'Rourke. You've heard what Jingle said. If you can't take a joke, then you shouldn't be playing World of Tanks. And as I've also heard Jingles say this about Steve. Steve has never been the kind of guy to let silly things like logic get in the way of the pursuit of science. God, that's nearly 7 years ago now. That's so hard to believe. Sometimes time flies way too fast for us. Huh. Little broom and bucket. I bet that's a Cinderella reference. Oh, you're a tough one there. Oh, wait a minute. Up one. Just want to make sure about that. Brickwork. Always like it. Interesting little archway. Starting to see some outward expansion, folks. More brickwork, onward and upward. You know, folks, I was just thinking, the taller this thing gets, the heavier it's gonna get. Oh. Interesting. Almost like Sword in the Stone there. I think you folks will like this once I get this thing built. Interesting. I never knew that was a thing with YouTube. The more things that companies put out to try and distract you from the larger issues at hand. Auroric, I think you have known that for a while, playing World of Tanks, right? Wargaming is the type to try and distract us from the real issues. Until the community decides to start such a dumpster fire that they can't control it, and they are forced to have to make the decision to come to the issue altogether. That is really interesting. Have a look at this, folks. The old sword in the anvil. Okay, Excalibur. Then again, that's Sword in the Stone. That's an entirely different bit. But, I mean, it still works. Okay, so it's got to go double on there, and one up. That's really nice. That's really nice. I'm not gonna lie. All those little extra touches that you see. It's one of those incredible things that you can catch on to if you actually notice. Ah, so that's when it's going to be on this side. I dig it, I dig it. Oops, one far back. Clever, very clever. I like it. $50,000 credits around Auroric? I mean, I guess I can see that standpoint there. I feel like that may be a bit too disingenuous to the community, but frankly, I'll be honest, I'd rather be paying credits more than be paying gold for those things, because I remember watching those videos of back in the day when gold ammo actually cost gold. That just shows you how long I've been watching World of Tanks. Funny enough, it wasn't even Jingles who was the first one that I saw World of Tanks with. He was the second. And no, Quickie Baby was not the first that I saw. And extra pieces. Alright, and now, folks, we can have another look at the product. Pretty nice with the architecture work. It's one thing about castles, and I've always loved it going... I've been to a couple castles. One which was in Canada, and at least 3 in Europe. I don't know, you tell me, Auroric, you been to any castles before? And now to start bag number 5. We are officially almost 1/5 of the way through this thing. Oh, that is hilarious. We're not even close to being anywhere done. But we've got time, so let's enjoy that time. Oh, hey Auroric, I'm curious, did you know that Cinderella Castle is actually based off of a castle that I have been to? Ah, next minifigure. Alright. Oh, we're getting into the cloth pieces. Auroric, remind me to get in touch with you so I can send you some sort of book or something. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Because believe me, I will do it. And here we go. We come to the earliest and oldest of the Disney princesses. Little Snow White. I love when they do the cloth pieces in here. It adds so much more to the figures. It really does. Lay you down there. Ah, we are spinning the castle around now. Oh god, that makes me think of that song. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Yes, funny enough, Auroric, Cinderella Castle is based on a castle in Germany. And in fact, considering that I have now said it, I am now going to have to find the book because I'm going to need to demonstrate. Now the question is, do I have the book here? Ah, here we are. Here we are. Here's the book, Castles of the World. Let us see if we can find it. This will probably be modern era, if I recall correctly. Alright, I know you're in here somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. Here we are. So, Auroric, Cinderella Castle is based off of this. So, for a reference, take a look at the box, and take a look at that. Starting to see the resemblance, Auroric? And I've been to that castle as of 10 years ago. Castle is called Neuschwanstein, which means New Swan Castle in German. This is why the world needs more historians, because a lot of the stuff you learn every day happens to be like that. Alrighty, so now we're moving. Oh, this is the walls. The outer defenses. The outer defenses of the walls of the castle. Of course, this one doesn't happen to have a drawbridge. I think Sleeping Beauty Castle in Disneyland in California has it. I think. Oh, and by the way, speaking about Mariette earlier, Auroric, if you want to drop her a message and remind her that I'm live streaming, she kind of made the mistake the other day of thinking that I went live streaming then and there. So, might want to see if she's awake. And yeah, see if you can get her coffee. Go. 2 and 2. Don't you start falling over yet. There's still a long way to go. I definitely like the sand blue color with this. It adds a nice mix into it. It really does. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Must have some mustache hairs getting in the nose. It's making me itch. Interesting little features. Very interesting. If anybody else is in chat, please make sure to sound off, just so I know that you're here, that we're still together. I hope everybody is enjoying the stream. I'm trying my best to not sound boring. Ooh, we're adding the gates. Nice. Roger that, Auroric. You have a lovely Christmas, mate. And if I'm still here when you happen to come back, well, You know what to do. But yeah, have a Merry Christmas, mate, and do enjoy. And hopefully I'll catch you back with Steve on Twitch at some point soon. Here we go with the doors. Folks, I will be right back. There is something itching my nose, and it is driving me nuts here. So I shall be back in a moment. Alrighty. I do believe I got the bugger, so we can finally move on. No more hang-ups. Alright, so we are slowly building up the front entrance, which I like. Okay. Must be the entrance archway here. Hopefully there are some others that are able to tune in. But we are going to keep going regardless. I want this built, and I want people to be able to see it be built. Dark pieces are always the hardest to read on instructions. Alright, so now we gotta fit these in here. Alright. Everyone wants to take a look. There is what the door kind of looks like. I'd show it more, but I want to make sure that we get the whole step finished. Ooh! Never thought I would get something like that on stream. I have no idea why in God's name, for some reason, I have Christmas biblical music on. Oh yeah, and for anybody watching, if you want to see any of the Lego sets that I do happen to have, feel free to ask about anything, and I'll see if I can oblige you. Okay, I see. Drop that in the archway. Nice. I love it. Nice. Okay. Nice. 2 of these. Nice, like how the front gate area is starting to be built up. Ooh, 16, huh? Okay. Good to know. Nice. Just busy, busy, busy. And I hope whoever is still watching is enjoying all of this and is enjoying their Christmas. Time spent with family, friends, loved ones, everybody. There is nobody in this world that deserves to not have a Merry Christmas. I know there are plenty of people out there that I'm sure all of us think on a daily basis are not of the type of people who deserve it. Just remember one thing. We look at that about other people, we gotta be able to look at that about ourselves too. Building techniques are some of the most unusual sometimes. Nice. Lanterns. Oh, that's nice. Get to put that right at the bridge. Really nice. Really, really nice. Okay, so. I was right. We are doing more with the archway. Cool. Very, very cool. Awesome. All right. Extra pieces, so everybody can come and see the update of it now. Starting the build-up of the front of the castle. You got the nice walk-in, you got the lovely, lovely large doors that go in. Just the beautiful archway. I love the stonework. That stonework is some of the nicest stuff that you can have on something like this. It just makes it feel complete. It really does. And now we move on to bags 6. Back to a little hydration work. And we are doing the next minifigure. I saw your head. Where'd your head go? There's your head. Yes, one of the most common hair pieces in Lego. And thus, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second print of the set. Nice cloth cape. I really wish Lego would do cloth with more things. And I'm definitely talking about cloth waist capes with clone troopers for Star Wars Lego. I hope you're listening at some point of this. Actually, don't. Don't listen to me. Listen to M&R Productions. I think you owe it to him for that. But enough about that. We shall move along with the next part of the process. Keep moving and grooving. Gotta move about. Like I've also said, folks, if you gotta take a break because your hands are getting sweaty, make sure you do that. Don't be like me. I'm one of those tryhards that tries to get this done in one fell swoop. No, you don't. Whoever is still watching in chat, please feel free to speak up if you want questions answered. Like I said, I am more than willing to answer the questions that people have, so don't hesitate to ask. Ooh, interesting print on this one that we shall be adding in a short time. That paint, I'm telling you, that paint job that they did on the castle for the 100th anniversary, it's really, really spectacular. It wasn't the usual white that one would usually see. But I gotta give them credit. It's really nice to see something different, something that pops. Like it makes a bit of a difference there, if you know what I mean. Oh, I see. Hold up a second. I want to look at this. I think I may have just loused up on something here. Yes, I did. Okay, there we are. That should sit about right in here. Hold up a second, chat. I think we may have loused up more than we expected here. I need to double check before I make any more moves. Always good to have your brick separators handy. Because you never know when something like this can go wrong. Like I said before, I'm not perfect at this, and I never try to be. Well, I try to be perfect because, well, I'm a perfectionist, so... What can I say? Alright, that makes a heck of a lot more sense. Alright, so now we gotta stick these in the little nooks and crannies in here. Alright. Two of these. Looks like we got another archway. I wonder if that is for a balcony by chance. Alrighty, now to just squeeze these little buggers in the corners. I'm telling you, some Lego designs really have their quirks. Yep, I thought so. It is going to be a balcony. We have one of those printed pieces. Yep. Gotta love coat of arms, folks, I'll tell you. I'm real curious to know if anybody has ever looked for, say, a coat of arms with their family. I've done it before. And we actually got ours printed. I'd show it, but I feel like that'd be giving away a little bit of too much information for one to handle, you know? So what do we got? Interesting ways that these are oriented here. No complaints there. Ah, another archway. Adding some more of the flesh-colored pieces, it looks like. Ah, more of these fender pieces. Haven't seen those in quite some time. Alright. Taking more of the unique pieces. It's one thing I love about a lot of these more niche sets is you start getting more of the unique colorings here. Like this I guess you could say it's kind of like a flesh color. That's what the color of the 100th anniversary of Walt Disney was. Although that might not be the best representation of describing it, but I enjoy it. I really do enjoy it. Excuse me. Interesting. We are really getting into some of the more peculiar shapes of this, I'll say. Almost kind of like faucets here. But I think we are seeing more of the, what do you call it? Probably I'd say flag holders in a sense, are kind of like for tapestries. Yeah, that sounds about right, tapestries. flip it and grip it. So this is an interesting one. Ah, clever. Clever setup. Nice, right on top of there. Nice. Things are getting built up, and I love it. Adding a tiara in here. That is indeed a first. Interesting concept. Aha, you tried to fall off that time. Not gonna happen. I'll show you guys this little thing here. Pretty nice little thing for the front of the castle. And then on the inside, there's a tiara on it. Kind of like one of those mounts you see for them, eh? I approve. I'll take it. Nice. Ooh. gentlemen, we are adding a little clock face to it. Almost midnight. Several things that could be around at midnight. Starting to add sides to this. Nice roofing detail. Nice. Ooh, interesting golden detail for this one. Oh wow, that's got to go right in there, huh? They don't spare any details with this. There we go. Whoa! Okay, that's number 5, I believe, that's gone on the ground. There are the extras. And ladies and gentlemen, we shall take a look at the update as of now. That is such a gorgeous thing there, is it not? I absolutely love it. It's so beautiful. It really is beautiful. Now I move on to bags 7. know what? Since I hadn't finished one of these, I might as well finish it. Got some candy canes here. Where is the open bit? Ah, there you are. Have a nice little something to freshen your breath. I think I know what's coming up next, folks. We are starting to see the upper floors get built, which is really nice. Yep, I was right. That is awesome right there. Absolutely gorgeous. I hear the creaking of a door. Well, well, it appears we have a visitor. Well, hello, Cooper. Welcome to the stream. Me, little buddy? Come here. Come say hello to everybody. This is one of my boys. This is Cooper. He's the more timid of the two. Isn't that right, Coopy? Hmm? Is there something you want, buddy? Hmm? Is there something you want? Is there something you want, little boogie head? Want to go down? Well, you're going to have to go down, otherwise you're going to get my sweater all covered in your hair. Cooper. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we had a guest surprise visit from one of my cats. And he's not usually the one who likes to be around people. That would be his brother, which I do believe is sleeping in the next room over. Alrighty. Don't know if there is anybody new in chat, but if there is somebody new in chat, feel free to shout yourself out. Well, don't promote yourself, but do shout out in the chat that you are in fact here. That way we can attack those YouTube algorithms. Look at that. Second layer is coming together. I'm loving it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Getting into some of the interesting little pieces here. Oh, I see what that is. I'm not going to spoil what's being constructed right now, folks. This will be cooler if you get a chance to see it after. If I can possibly stop getting my gloves stuck. Well, well, we have another guest. Well, hello, Jackson. What you doing, buddy? Just coming in to explore, huh? Okay. What you doing? Hmm? What you doing, Jackson? You bored or something? Alright, so now we start getting into some of the more interesting spots of this one. Alright, and now let us put this on here. Look at this, folks. It's not crazy. Look at that. It's a chandelier. That is some gorgeous work there. I love how they do the little flames. They got the little candles. And how they are attaching it to the rafters. Hello, Cooper. What you doing? But yeah, now it's time to attach this as well. Okay. And we'll see an update of that soon. Alright. Let's do this. So. Come here. Two, three, five, for anybody who was wondering what that metal creaking sound downstairs was, that was the sound of my old man opening the fireplace. One, two, 1, 4. Doesn't go that way, SJ. Nice. Putting things on the back now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I see. Alright, so these are on the center of every single one of these. finally this. Extras in. Alright, let's take a look at the updates, shall we? Here's the next update of the castle, folks. Look at that. Look at the ballroom. Is that not a gorgeous setup in there? That's amazing. Just look at that. All the tapestries on the back, the beautiful things of the Disney princess films in the ballroom, and then you got the second floor that we are going to be starting to work on. Second floor, second level. I'd say same difference, but we're also moving out of book 1 and moving to book 2. So, yeah. Alright, so this is where we are now. This is book 2. And we are starting to work more on the outer fortifications. That should be interesting. Nothing in there. Good. Easy, you. Alright, this is going to be interesting. I've never done a fortification like this before. In fact, now that I think about it, I don't think I remember the last time I did anything like a fortification. Okay. Just a heads up, chat. Pardon the parents shouting at for whatever reason downstairs. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to show you that when we're all set with that, chat. Oops. What are we looking at here? So there should be one piece of that kind. There you are. Hiding. I'll show you folks this little part here. I find it really, it's kind of adorable here. It's the little fountain piece here, or like the little spring. The crazy things that you can come up with just with Lego, it's absolutely incredible. Look at the water there. Just it coming out of the top like that. It almost kind of reminds me of the Chamber of Secrets from Harry Potter. I don't know if there's any Harry Potter fans in chat, but you'll get what I mean with that reference. You know, Chad, now that I think about it, with that little fountain on the side, it almost makes you think of back to things like, kind of like the Little Mermaid, in a sense. Obviously, they would have to do something completely different in order to put someone like Ariel in this castle. But you know, it definitely has its perks there, I would say. I mean, you just think about it. There's so many opportunities when it comes to things like Disney. Now, if all they could do is they could just do something about the issues that they have with the Lightning Lane passes. That makes me think back to the days of the Fast Passes that Disney had. That shows you how long ago I had been to Disney. Just such different times. I remember back. It was 2008, and I was 10 years old, and that was when my family first went to Walt Disney World. And Fast Passes, you could go in on any ride as many times as you wanted over the course of a day. And you could do it over and over and over. And then, of course, you couldn't. And I still have it somewhere. I still have the custom Fast Pass thing that I got when I went to Disney on my senior trip. Literally back in 2016. And when I think about it, yeah, times really did change. You could only do one ride once a day with Fast Pass with that. Which, to me, I'll be honest, was really disappointing. Just the fact that you couldn't do anything with it much, now that I think about it. I don't know. I guess it's one of those things. Companies want money more than anything else. So, every company is going to do their very best to pinch just about every single penny out of the consumer. But, I mean, heck, I still enjoy places like Walt Disney World. Although, nowadays, the ratings I would give them are a little lower than what I would give them back then. Of course, that's comparing somebody who is 27 years old versus the time when they were 10 years old. It really does show how time does fly. It really does. And so many people don't realize it half the time how fast time flies because, you know the old saying, the older you get, the faster time goes. I know everybody has their views on it, but when I look at time, time is always one thing, and that is moving. And because time is moving, time cannot be stopped. Ooh, okay, we are moving up. Time is always going to move forward. And you know the saying about time moving forward. If you cannot move along with the times, you are going to be left in the dust. And of course, there are those out there who try to argue that they can always catch up. And well, just remember, more of the time that you miss and more of the time that you don't hold on to and move along with, the more you're going to have to try and recover in the long run. Do I want to do that? No. Nobody in this world should ever have to force themselves to catch up. That's why we always need to keep moving forward. I mean, granted, Disney is one of those companies that will continue to move forward. Only question is, for that, in that matter, is how much is that going to cost them? And how much is that going to cost the average taxpayer when they want to come visit? And you know, it's actually kind of funny. It's actually kind of funny because I actually have, and that's piece number 6, I actually have a relative who did work at Walt Disney World way back in the day. And if you think I'm joking, believe me, I'm not. And he had a pretty interesting job. He was one of their bus drivers. So anybody out there watching this video who is old enough to go back, say like maybe 2, 3, or heck, even 4 decades, you may have run into him. Time is one of those things, ladies and gentlemen, where if we are ill-prepared to move along with it, then we shall be forever left in the dust, behind, and never to catch up. It is one of those things that we often take for granted. All this time that we have versus time that we don't have. As a saying goes from Scrooge with Albert Finney, the ghost of Christmas present always says, well, he says, there is never enough time for all the things, to do all the things that we wish. The only thing that we can do is remain ourselves and commit to everything that we can while we can. Because before we know it, you're not there anymore. So, that's one thing that I say about time. Because as time waits for no one, we cannot expect to wait for time. It's just like the building of castles. Lots of castles out there. took ages to build. Ages and ages. And there are some castles out there, like the inspiration for Cinderella Castle, Neuschwanstein. If I recall correctly, it is only 82% complete. The reason why is because it was unfinished at the untimely passing of King Ludwig II of Bavaria, who died mysteriously in a lake near the city of Hohenschwangau. So, one of those things that I say, folks, history can teach us a lot. All you have to be willing to do is just sit down and listen. And if you can, take notes. Because the more notes you can take, the better. There we are. Turn these around here. Well, that's interesting. Hiding those things from me on the back. Alright, interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll fit these in here. Slot it in. Really coming together here, folks. Slowly but surely. That is peculiar. Seem to have two pieces that don't seem to have a place to go. We must do a little bit of an investigation real quick. Oh, I see. On the back dingling, make that fountain look correct. Alrighty, folks. Here's the next part here. Starting to build up on the outer walls of the castle. Like I said, here's the inner part here. Pretty nice. I like it. And next we move up to bag 9. Just think, folks, we are nearly 2/5 of the way there. Alright. Moving along swiftly. Interesting little bits here. One thing that I like about all of these little extra pieces is that there's such detail into the brickwork. Even though a lot of it really isn't brickwork, the imitation brickwork of it still makes it look pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely something that can catch a lot of people's attention when they look at how architecture is. The mix of the sand blue and the gray. It really does strike a nice chord with it. Makes it look like an actual castle. It's actually one thing, I don't know if a lot of people in chat actually know this, but it's a rule with how it is in Walt Disney World. You see, because of the nearby airport, no building is allowed to be, I think it's over 200 feet tall. So, literally, the entirety of Cinderella Castle is actually shorter than everybody thinks it is. That's the thing that a lot of people don't know. They don't know that what it is that is used is a thing called forced perspective, and it's done with countless buildings at Walt Disney World. It's also done at Disneyland in California. There's a lot of it, and when you look at it, what it actually is, what you're actually seeing is the buildings, but what you're seeing is you're actually seeing the building. It gets smaller the higher up it you go, and that right there is no joke. That right there is to make, that is part of the Disney Imagineering concept, is that the buildings look taller than they actually are. They are actually a lot shorter than a lot of people believe, and the reason for that is because of forced perspective. And with things like forced perspective, it takes a highly trained eye to be able to tell. Now, maybe not highly trained, but somebody who can stand and look at a building and realize that the way it actually looks is a lot different than the mind tries to tell it. Excuse me. So, believe it or not, that right there is one of the pieces of magic with Disney. Is that those Imagineers, this stuff, a lot of people don't know this as well. I also happen to have a large book about this. It's just the design process for Walt Disney World itself. Like, it is one of the most incredible things that Walt Disney and his brother Roy and their team went through for that. Because after they had done Disneyland, they wanted to go bigger. And bigger they went. And there's a lot of things that went down during that time. And I'll tell you, it is something really spectacular because a lot of people don't know about it. Because, believe it or not, Walt Disney actually went down to Florida and looked through a bunch of the land that was there, and they had to do this in secret. A That's a thing that a lot of other people don't know as well, is that Walt Disney and his team literally had to create semi-fake companies so they could get that land, because they didn't want anybody to know the project that they were doing before it was announced. And of course, during sometime along the way, that is when tragedy struck. Because Walt Disney would pass away from cancer. Yes, I know the old saying, screw cancer. I know. That is piece number 7 now. But, oh, and here we are, folks. So here we'll take a look. Here's the piece of those medieval-looking walls. Look at the detail in the brickwork. Just the combination of the sand blue and the light gray with all of the extra ports that are there, which I can assume are for people shooting archery or firing rifles if it's later castles. And we are attaching it, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome. Deep in there. But yes, if you ever check out some of the other content on Disney, like Modern Marvels or something similar to that, you'd be surprised at just how much went into this. And believe it or not, it was originally just to be called Disney World. But it was Walt's older brother, Roy, who made the final decision on that. And his decision was, no, it is going to be called Walt Disney World. So, right there, you learn a little history right there. Because as a lot of people like to say, Walt was the man who was leading the ship, who was at the front guiding the way. And then at the back, just guiding it with the controls, was Roy. He was the quiet man behind the scenes, keeping everything afloat. It really is an incredible thing. You read about the story of everything that went into it. It's truly spectacular. And one thing that a lot of people also don't know is that with what is there, the Seven Seas Lagoon that is down there, that right there is also incredible, because they literally had to dredge up stuff from the swamps until they found, believe it or not, the sand that had been buried there. And we're talking like crystal white sand. The stuff that you see on the edges of the Seven Seas Lagoon in Walt Disney World nowadays, that was literally dredged up from the bottom of the swamps that were there beforehand. Alrighty, folks, let's check out the update here. Here we are, the front facade is starting to come together. Just look at all that. Look at the work as it's starting to come together. And then you're going to see more of it start to be built up over the top. This is truly a spectacular set. I'm not going to lie, I do not regret getting this set whatsoever. And now we move on to the next bag. bag 10, and this is actually just one bag with smaller bags inside. I see you trying to hide away there. And we are continuing in the same sections. Excuse me. It's one thing that you can't get enough of when it comes to color. You come with things like gold and blue and stuff like that. Or, excuse me, and colors like that. It's really something else. It really is. You get such a regal combination of colors. It's really, really gorgeous when you just have the right combination. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of gold, but when you have certain things that are gold, it's kind of a funny thing with mankind. Mankind has always been obsessed with things that are shiny. You got jewelry, you got gold, you got silver. You got things that are crafted out of gold. You got treasure. You got doubloons. Like I said, there's so much out there. It's like the moment somebody sees that color, their mind starts to gravitate towards it, and in certain cases, their mouths start to salivate. And that right there is the big thing. One must be able to avoid the temptation of it. Can you avoid the temptation of that color? I will say that I do indeed myself have a couple of things that are gold. And one of those things is my college ring. It's not an expensive gold, but it's not cheap. Gold is never cheap. But the reason behind it is plain and simple. I'm graduating. I was graduating. I wanted to make sure that I had something that was going to be special. Because chances are I wasn't going back. I wanted to know that that accomplishment was there, and that's what I chose to do. It's what a lot of people do. A lot of people like to show off accomplishments. I mean, why do we think that when it comes to things like the Olympics, you have gold medals? You have gold, you have silver, you have bronze. And then there are people who I knew, like with dancers, when they go to competitions that I have bared witness to plenty of times over the years. I will not deny that. There are plenty of things where I have seen where you wonder why there are even higher things. For example, you've got high gold, which is a level above gold, and then if you are really, really the best of the best, you get platinum. And platinum is even more rare than gold. Well, maybe not more rare, but it's up there. It is up there with everything, and when you look at it, be surprised at how many people get drawn. They get drawn to that little shiny. It's something that happens. It's like what you see with Pirates of the Caribbean and the Curse of the Black Pearl. When Captain Jack Sparrow says to Will Turner, and you are totally obsessed with treasure. It's one of those things, like the moment you see all of that shiny gold and those jewels and everything that is there, you get that feeling within you, I want to get some of that. But remember, if you're able to hold out with the temptation, you know you'll be able to go farther in life. Because doing well in one's life should not have to just come down to the monetary value that you accumulate. It comes down to the things that you are able to get involved with, and you are able to step forward and be able to say, I want to help with this. It's like the projects that I have done with the Historical Society. You can find out more if you join things like their Discord server. There's a lot to discover. Okay. This is definitely coming together, folks. I can assure you of that. And that is number 8. Trying not to drop any pieces, and it's still so hard. It just goes to show you how imperfect humans are. As the old saying goes, to be imperfect is to be human. Obviously is not a thing that many people like to hear. In fact, I'd argue that nobody wants to hear that. But it is what it is. And all we can do is keep going. Keep going forward. Keep doing things. And at the end of the day, never, ever giving up. Because if we give up, then that just means we are betraying ourselves. So always remember that, chat. None of us are perfect. None of us ever will be. Alrighty. Ooh, that is looking good. some of the more solidified of the windshield pieces. Clever technique there, not gonna lie. Okay. Ooh, interesting. I like this. What are you popping out for, huh? Freak. We are finally starting to see some of the towers get built, folks. That's awesome. Take the extras. And here we are, folks. Oop. Easy where your hands go, SJ. Before you knock something off, that's important. Here we are. Here's some more of the looks. Always gotta love that color. And you know, it's funny because blue isn't my favorite color, but it's up there. And the reason for it is because the color of my family coat of arms is blue. As I do believe I had said earlier in the stream. And now I move to bag number 11. There are certain colors that just resonate with you. Alrighty, and now we move on with the next tower. absolutely great. And you know, chat, if you have Legos, always remember, you don't just have to build the sets. You can come up with things of your own. I mean, take what's behind me, for example. I came up with my own defense of Hoth from Lego Star Wars. Had a few sets that I managed to scrounge up, and I had some base plates to put together. And take a bunch of pieces, do a bunch of improvising, get some extra figures, and bada bing, bada boom, and there you go. Got something special. Of course, one thing I should bear everybody in mind with is make sure that you are aware of your spacing that you're going to need for setting anything up. Because for this, some probably can't see it off to the side of the camera there, but this set is actually going to be going on top of my roll-top desk that is off to my left, or your right, as is on the screen. So, don't worry, this thing is going to be getting a very nice spot. And it's a spot that I had planned. Wasn't the original spot I had planned, but that was before I got this desk in my room. And yes, in case you're wondering, I do happen to have 2 desks in this room. The other one happens to be this L-shaper right behind me. This is my main workstation, along with a light box for doing artwork. And I can definitely tell you, if you ever plan on doing artwork, definitely get a light box, because it can absolutely help with a lot of the things that you are probably going to want to do. And one of the things is, if you do tracing, if you're doing tracing of certain things, or like what I'm doing is, I'm taking older artwork that I have done in colored pencil, and I'm taking these acrylic tracers that I have, and basically updating the artwork. And by updating, I simply mean I'm going over it to make it look brighter and more vibrant. Basically, you could say, to make it look as if it was done on a computer, as if it was digitized. There's a lot of subtle techniques that you can do, folks, when it comes to artwork. And yes, I will say, it is strongly my opinion that Lego is art. I know a lot of people wouldn't think Lego is art, but believe it or not, if you have an imagination and you want to do something, that's art. It'll take a while, it'll take practice, and it'll take a lot of trial and error, but believe me, it will work. It will work one way or another. Huh, interesting. They put these pieces in different parts of the bag this way around when they had them all in the same bag last bag. Very peculiar. Very peculiar. Ah, yes, and now we're putting everything else on here. One, two, three. So then once you start getting in the rhythm of all this, well, you've seen it before, folks. You can start to do certain things faster. It's all about repetition. One, two, three, right? Yep. I gotta say, it's gone awfully quiet in chat. I know there's not a lot of people here, but make sure we are engaging, folks. The more we engage, the more we can beat that YouTube algorithm. And I should inform you, folks, the channel is currently at 677 subscribers. So, if you know anybody who likes stuff like this, make sure to share it. Make sure to shout out to people so they can see. There we are. Shout out to all those who you think might like this stuff, because, believe me, if I have the capability of doing more of this in the new year, I will. I will do my very best to try and get more of this type of content out. Because I want to be able to engage with you. I want to be able to engage with the community. Be able to see that people are enjoying the content and are willing to stick around to see more. Behave. Ooh, those are some interesting contours. Interesting how they have different designs for different towers. Now either it can have a different one for each of the four that are going to be up front, or there's the possibility that it could be symmetrical. You could have two of the same on, or it could have two that are the same on each. Okay. Here we go. Piece number 9. Alrighty, folks, and here we are. Here is the updated side of it after bag number 10. It's getting very nice. This is definitely going to look absolutely stunning when it is complete. It really is gorgeous. I absolutely love this castle. Oh, sorry, that is after bag number 11, excuse me. Get your facts right, SJ. I wonder, I feel like, yeah, I mean, everything should be fine. Maybe it's just me. Things just look like they're coming into shadow over here. Probably due to the fact that over the time that I've been doing this stream, the sun has going down. Time for a drink. Let me try this real quick. Oh yeah, that helps a little bit. And I'll no longer be in shadow. And now we are on number 12. Ooh. Ah yeah, so this is what breaks up the linear monotony of all this. Because the other wall is, excuse me, not the same as the first. Flip upside down. again. Ish, we're doing a lot of flip-flopping today. Flip it over, flip it over, flip it over, flip it over. God, that's a tongue twister. Don't try and do that. Say one thing about these pages with these instructions. They are stiff. Although luckily they're not stiff as a board. Starting to go tall and wide. Now we start to get into the brickwork again. I'm telling you, it's these brick-looking pieces that really, really make a difference nowadays because they just bring up such a texture to it. Oh, this is looking very good. Very, very good. Alright, so we need the hang down pieces. At least it's not hang glide. In fact, I don't know if anybody in chat has really, I don't know if anybody in chat has done things like hang gliding. I know there are some people that I know have done parasailing, which I thought was pretty interesting. Not a lot on the hang gliding side of things. I do know that at one point in the past, one of my grandfathers, he was into gliding. I have an old book of his that was about gliders. Every family has their niche people, I will say. Of course, let's be honest, in my family, there's nobody more niche than me. I stick out for a reason. course, it's not like I'm trying to be one to draw attention, but I'm somebody who likes to say, hey, I'm here, and you're not going to get rid of me. After all, if you think about it, folks, families are like teams. So are groups of friends. All of them are like teams, and you know the saying about teams, or at least I hope people do. A team is only as strong as its weakest link. Not trying to sound philosophical, but sometimes it's what you need to do. It is one of those things. One of those things that a lot of people don't know about until somebody says something about it in a way that they would usually not expect. Come here. You know, Chad, I'm really curious. I'm curious to know if there are any Lego purists out there. Anybody who wants to do designs with Lego or do anything, they like to only use Lego and nothing else. I do know that for a time, I was like a big Lego purist, like you couldn't do anything else. But, of course, that was before I realized that Lego doesn't like to do a lot of things that its fans say, in a sense. Now, you can interpret that how you will, but always bear in mind, there is always something out there. Ooh, adding some angular doorways, I like that. Very interesting way to put that in there. That really is. I've never seen that before. It's what happens when you go on a hiatus from Lego for about... God. A hiatus from Lego for about 11 years. And then you get back into it, and then you just come out swinging. It's like you just jump right into it. And believe me, if you saw the shelves that are behind the camera, you'd understand my reasoning as to why I say that. Because let's just say I came out hot. Very hot. And just ready to get right back into it. But of course, there's the one thing that I learned, and that is you gotta know how to pace yourself with it. Because when I came out, I went on a very crazy spending spree. And, well, that's where a lot of the stuff that I have comes from. But I learned to slow down, and a lot of it, I give that credit to the Lego YouTubers that I follow. Especially for Lego Star Wars. I want to point that out above anything. So anybody who is watching this stream up till now, a shout out to Lego Star Wars YouTubers M&R Productions, Life Bricks, and Drew Bricks. those guys are the ones that really got the info in for people to understand how good or how bad a Lego set is, especially Lego Star Wars. Because, oddly enough, I don't know how many of those in the chat actually know this, but Star Wars, for the past 10 years, soon going on 11, has been owned, of course, was a product of Lucasfilm. Yeah, well, in 2015, those rights were bought by Disney. And as a lot of people know about the massive kerfuffle that the sequel Star Wars movies were, yeah, I do believe you can understand how crazy that is. Because I will tell you, I had seen a bunch of parts from the sequels, and considering I'm somebody who has been subscribed to Star Wars YouTube content and looking at things from the extended universe, or EU as they like to call it, especially with the Legends continuity of things, Star Wars has definitely become something a bit more touchy nowadays. And a lot of that is based on the decisions that Disney made. So, if you want my opinion, that is the one thing that I really say that Disney should not have done, and that is take over Lucasfilm from George Lucas. That is my honest opinion. And if one does not like my opinion, disagree with it all you want, but disagree with it in a way that is constructive and makes a point in a way that doesn't make you sound like an arrogant fool. And that is coming from somebody who has been an arrogant fool in the past himself. So, may also make of that what you will. But it is the truth. It is the truth of all of it. And those are pills that are hard to swallow. I mean, heck, you want to know how crazy of a Star Wars fan I am? I've got a couple of lightsabers.
Power on.
From Theory Sabers. They had a sale earlier, and I got a few of them.
Power off.
I would show more about that, but that is getting a little bit too far down that rabbit hole. And we must continue on with this because, after all, this is why we came here, to see this castle get built. And trust me, I have absolutely no intention of stopping until this castle is complete. That is how you define commitment. Commitment is the ability of one who is willing to power through the struggle to make something better. And it is it is actually hilarious. It is actually hilarious for all those who are, if they are still watching, but I'm going to say it anyway. It is hilarious that there are still those out there who believe that they wish that they could have a life that was free of worry. Well, if it is a life that is free of worry, what kind of life is it then? It can't really be a life without worry. Everybody has worries, from the poorest of people in the most impoverished of places on earth to the abodes of the richest people on earth. While it may not sound to everybody like rich people don't have a lot of issues. Now, I'm not defending rich people whatsoever. But what I do know is that even rich people have their own worries. What worries those are, I can't say. That's a difficult one to discuss. And anybody who is out there who is more well off than I am, who is possibly watching this video from this stream somewhere down the line, you can probably attest to your own issues and your own worries. Because as I said before, everybody has their own issues. What the difference is how you as a person tackle these issues and these worries. Because in all honesty, there is no reason for anybody to have worries that are excessive. Our worries are there because we allow them to be there. Some worries are legitimate, some worries are not. But like I said before, it all comes down to how we handle them. Because you know the old saying of me, myself, and I. But when it comes down to these issues, right there, that is something that you absolutely want to pay attention to. Because if you don't, and that is piece number 10 now, or something along those lines, falling off the edge. But I don't say these things to rag on people. I just say them so people can have awareness. Because that's the biggest thing that anybody would want to have, especially at this time of year. It's Christmas. Even though it's getting late in the Christmas evening, it's still Christmas. And, believe it or not, people are going to consider it Christmas until basically the end of the year, when it is New Year's Eve. Everybody has their own views on Christmas. My thought is Christmas is the time for everybody to be enjoying things together. Of course, with the current situation, my family won't be celebrating everything together. But that is because there are parts of the family that are there that are not here with us. They are elsewhere. And they will be with us tomorrow. So, there's nothing wrong with it. You know the old saying, adapt and overcome. Putting in the next level. I love it. Oh, we're putting things inside here now, huh? Alright. Very interesting. Oh. Interesting, a candlestick with what looks to be like a fork in it. Very curious design. Ooh, we're getting into some more of the stickers. What are we looking at now? We're looking at number 7. It is a dragon. There we are. And then, then that. And that. And pull it up, bring it together, bish bash bosh. Ourselves a nice little table there with what appears to be a dagger. Or in this case, if I was to say, it looks more like a gladius, which is technically a dagger. And that is going in the upper floor of this tower here. Not a lot of space to maneuver here. Oh, you know what? I realize. Give me a second. Ah, there we are. Now we're talking. Spin this around. We're adding the swivel head as well. Next tower. And we have the spares. And here is what the next part of the wall currently looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Not a bad looking wall. With the back insides and the little secret rooms here, which I think are really cool there. It's definitely something that I could see in a castle, especially with a dragon. And next we are moving on to the smallest one yet, bag 13. And just think, chat, we are just over halfway done with this. All pieces are out. So, cool. Making waves, making progress. That's exactly what you want to do. I'm telling you, chat, it's castles like these. Castles like these that really incite the fairy tale mind. Awesome. Nope, easy. Let's not damage these. Bring out more of the gold bars. Those in there. Cool. Look for the little impressions on there from the mold. Oh, there is a pumpkin. I suspect that that is a reference to Cinderella. Don't you think? Here we are. And we move along forward. Oh wow, 8 of them, huh? Okay. Oh, that is gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. That's two things that are great about when you look at architecture. How everything can turn into something spectacular. It really can. With a little bit of effort, it surely can. Man, there's so many of this, it's hard to keep track. Woohoo! Alright, moving forward, is that? Ah, cool, we are flip-flopping. Alrighty. Ah, we're doing some of these again, too. Cool. Always looking good. Oops. Pressed a little bit too hard in there and my finger caught another piece. And it just went boom. Alright. Interesting way that they have the motion here. Wow. Okay. We are double topping it. Easy there. Easy does it. Wow. We're already at 4.5 hours, folks. 4.5 hours that we've been doing this. Hey, at least we've been having fun. I haven't done a stream this long in quite some time. I'm not gonna lie. And you know, I'm glad to spend it here with you guys. I really am. It's funny, I did say to my folks that this stream would be at least 4 hours long. Well, let's hope as we move up, things will start getting quicker and we will be able to move forward with that. Because in the end, we will know that we have done it. Where are you? There you go. No, don't break off. All right. All right, so folks, here I will now show you. We have a square-shaped turret. The difference between a tower and a turret is you can see with the towers, they're all covered. Turrets are open on top. And no, try not to get confused with gun turrets of things like tanks and things like naval vessels. That is different from castle turrets. Take that. I'm gonna put these away. And I grabbed a little extra sweet treat as a form of Sour Patch. Try to get a little extra oomph in there, you know? And next we're up to bag 14. So let's keep going. Nothing missing. Good. Right. It's coming together right there. That's how we want to see it. Interesting little bits under the corners of this piece. Nice. Little foundations of what looks like a defensive position. I could be wrong, but there's always some nice views with that. Not gonna lie. Okay, there's that. It's there. Take that. Got one of those strange looking pieces here. Shaped like a short U. Yes, it is a defensive position. I was right. Getting some of the slits in the rock, which are only there for one reason, and that is to provide defensive fire. Earlier methods being archery Later methods being musketry and riflery. There. And there. As we put it on the back side. Nice little slim tower there. Ooh. Getting some more interesting bits as we move. I like it. Slip it right into the top. And we're now adding a tower top and a post. Okay. Place that on the top. Very nice. Let me show you this, chat. Let me show you this here. Look at that there. A nice slim right there. Purely as a defensive position. One thing that all fortifications and structures should have. Oh, you want me facing this way, huh? Alright. Split between the narrows and the wides, huh? Makes sense. There we go, put that on the top. Again, I apologize for whoever is still watching about the parents being a little bit loud downstairs. No need to worry about that. And switch. Go. One. We're doing the sort of widening technique, I see. Go back on there. No, you don't. I saw that. Oh, upside down. Whoopsie. And we're attaching it. Here we go, folks. Show you real quick, folks. Here is the scene of the other wall. Pretty nice, right? And it'll be coming back up once we have the next tower set. Excuse me. One thing I also learned, folks, is that if you're doing things that are in squares and you want to try and make them straight, lay them down on a solid surface and you can put them on sideways. And then when you press with your fingers, you can make them come up. And there we have it for the next one. And now we move on to bag 15. And ladies and gentlemen, we got 10 bags to go after this. That's it, 10. Hopefully everybody is holding up. I don't want anybody to be missing these moments because the thing's coming together. Alright. Next up, we're doing the same process. Yes, now we must start building the golden areas again. 1, and 2, and a 3. Alright. Moving up to the next tower. Oh, I'm seeing other elements here. I'm seeing trees. I always like these little trees. I really feel like they should do them more often. All the raising parts in as we build up and we turn into the cone. Three. Wait your turn. Now you can go on. Just behave yourselves. And now we must plant. There we go. It's almost as if you're creating something like a layer cake, you know? Oh man, that's gonna make me hungry now. more. Now you're going. See what you caused? I'm sorry, chat. I've got to talk to myself sometimes because it keeps me sane. And now we plant them on. Very nice, very nice. And now we stick them on. Beautiful. Pardon me. Do. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We're going back to these pieces as well, huh? Very nice. Ah, we're starting to go back with these now, too. Makes a lot of sense, not gonna lie. Alrighty, and now we step it up. Working up the conical. Slap it in place. Alrighty. We got some really freaky stuff here. Ah, I see. Extra pieces out, and ladies and gentlemen, we will take a closer look at what I believe is pretty much the completed frontal facade of the castle. Look at this. So look at the towers, look at the turret that's over here. Look at the little trees that they planted. And whatever this is supposed to be here, I'm guessing that's supposed to be something with the leaves blowing in the breeze. Interesting touch. I never would have thought of something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's the whole front of it, and we still have the upper levels to build. So, let's get a move on here, shall we? Man. And ladies and gentlemen, we are done with book 2, and we are on to the last of the 3 books. Book 3. We are moving on with bag number 16 here. We finally get to use this piece too. Cool. So this is Prince Naveen from The Princess and the Frog that we are putting together now. And this is where the last cape comes in. I like it. We add, I believe these are tassels, if I recall correctly. And there be his hair. And here we are, folks. Prince Naveen from The Princess and the Frog. Gotta love those cloth capes. It's such a thing that Lego has to keep going with sets like this. You can't go away from cloth, because there is absolutely no justification to say that it's not worth it. Like there's just no valid argument. There really isn't. Alright, we get to start building the upper citadel. Getting in the checkered floor here. I always like that black and white checker pattern. Can do a lot of patterns Especially if you look back at older, like much older things, because I had been to Greece in just over the past year, and you want to talk about some incredible patterns. Look at the mosaics that are over in Greece and Turkey. It's really quite astounding, I'm not gonna lie. And if you ever get a chance to go, go. Because regardless of how life is too short to do things without enjoyment. And here we go, we finally get to put this piece somewhere. Alright, and we're getting into the nooks and crannies of this as well. Go. Sorry about the foot tapping, folks. Just getting a groove in my head. Keep moving things along. I see. Getting back to the gold. Getting some interesting pieces involved here. These corner pieces. Those things have been around for quite some time. And believe me, chat, I know how late it is, but I still want to say thank you. Thank you for all those who have been sticking with me this entire stream. I know it's not much, but it means a lot. And I hope to be able to do more of this at some point in the new year. hello. I didn't even see you. I knew we had a bunch of pink walls for some reason, but I could never understand why. Oops. A little bit too hard there, buddy boy. A little bit too hard. I don't know if any of you in chat could hear that, but it sounds like one of my cats has my mother's old bathrobe waist tie in his mouth. So he's, yep, I hear him. He's going on a little crying spree. They're a strange group, I will say. They're a strange group. Excuse me. Ah, nice. Check it out here, chat. We have the cookery works here. Almost kind of reminds me of the scenes from Beauty and the Beast. Real classic. I like that. If only they could find a way to make it talk. Make them talk. No, Lego, don't even bother with the smart bricks. I don't want to hear it. Put those on the ground first. Ah, very clever. They're even including the heating hood that is in here. I like it. Nice. Very nice. I absolutely approve. Now, I just want to take one last look here because it feels as if there are a number of pieces that may or may not have been missed. So I just want to go back through here real quick and make sure that we haven't forgotten anything. Because if we have, I'm going to be real upset with myself. Aha! As I figured. Right on the bottom there. And there is a little thing here. That was 2, right? Yes. Alright, so that is the extra. That makes sense now. Got it. Extras out. So I'll show you what it's looking like so far, chat, with the upper level. Got the big old kitchen. And what I think might be a bath, I am not certain. It has been actually quite a while since I looked at this set. And I never really got a chance to look at the back here. And next we are moving up to bags 17. Now we got a number of bags in these bags, because the bags have bags. Looks like a candlestick. I do know that there is another Lego Disney Castle. It's the one from Beauty and the Beast. I'll be honest with that, I wasn't that impressed with it. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have gotten Cinderella Castle, to be completely honest, if it wasn't for the fact that this was the 100th anniversary edition. If it was the regular one, yeah, probably not. Alrighty, ladies and gents, and we have the second member of the third Disney couple, Princess Tiana. God, you gotta love the details. Although, I really wish, considering the size and price of this set, I really wish LEGO would put designs on the sides and rears of the dresses. I really think that would really spruce it up. Considering how many people love Disney, that is absolutely something that Disney should consider doing, because, like, you want them to come out and buy a great set like this, which I do still believe is a great set. But, again, I do feel that LEGO can make it better. There are always ways to make things better, without pinching every single penny out of people. So, but yeah, that's my thought of that. So one like that is going to the outside, eh? Makes sense. Man, I absolutely love these things here. It's so incredibly beautiful. is building up. It's building up to the right moment. I don't exactly know what I did, but okay. It's really focusing on one side and one side only for the time being. Oh, putting those two over there. Well, that's simple enough. Strangey, strangey, strange. It's getting things stranger. Thought you were gonna drop and become number 12, huh? I don't think so. Not this time, Sonny Jim. Not this time. Putting in some stuff to bring in some natural lighting. Line them up on the spot. Right. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. We should have 4 more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Where to put it in that side. Or, unless it is possibly another part of it entirely. It probably is. Construction. What are you gonna do? Switching to the gold, huh? Weird how in this they sometimes show gold as like an orange tint. Really strange that. You ever thought about that, chat? Ever thought about how colors are with that? I find it really strange. But hey, at least we are seeing the construction of this continue at a good pace. This is indeed the longest construction stream I have ever done. And who knows, we may see a longer one in the future. I don't know. Alright, so we're switching here, switching gears. There we are. And as I've said before, this is not something I usually do. I did this because I wanted to bring about a little bit something extra for everybody this season. And I know not a lot of people necessarily care about watching this stuff, but believe me, when I say it, I genuinely mean it. I genuinely wish to thank you all for being able to be here with me on Christmas, being able to do this. Oh, curtains. I like it. Nice, very nice. Oh, I know these pieces. These are like the things that you use for minifigures. Wow. Really, Lego, you're deciding of all things to create ornate wood out of, you decide to do something like frogs. Okay. Now I really have seen everything. Using brown colored frog pieces as the undersides of a table. Just look at this. Look at this, chat. Look at these right here. They're brown frogs being used as the supports for table legs. I mean, if you want to go like that, I'm not gonna argue. We got the candlestick. We must add the flames. Nice coming up with dishes as well. So it is the kitchen and the dining hall. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, and then we attach it here. Now exactly where? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And I'll show you that update real quick, chat. Nice little dining area next to the kitchen. I love the curtains on it. It's a very clever technique there. Fix that glass. But yeah, I mean, you want to come up with something unique. That's what you need to do. Ah. Placing a chest over here. A little telescopic piece. Oh, I see. It's like a sink over here. That makes sense. Oh, and the chest, I get what that is. That's the counter to work on. All the important setups in a kitchen. We got the shelves full of the dishes. Right in the corner. And we actually got these doors for this. Nice touch. That's a nice, clever little thing you got in there. Teapot. Up on the, oop, come here. That is definitely a reference to Beauty and the Beast. If there is a teapot with a purple flower or something on top of it, you can clearly tell that is a Beauty and the Beast reference. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about it at all. Adding the arches now, I see. Providing some nice structural elements. I like it. How interesting. We have extras. But don't want to ruin the perfection of the set, in my opinion. And here we are. We have the updated with the dining room. We've got the little sink here, and like I said, there's Mrs. Potts, and I bet that's probably Chip. And you got the little cabinet full of all the cups and dishes, nicely lined up. That's detail right there. That is detail, and I absolutely adore it. Hey, what's up, Jackson? Where the heck have you been? Was wondering when you were gonna show up. So that was the end of bags 17, and we are now at bags 18. Merry Christmas to you, Jackson. Good to see ya. No, it might be a little bit late for you, but I've been going on here for nearly 6 hours here. And we are working on the next minifigure as well. Wow, how many bags in this bag? It's bags of bags of bags. So tell me, Jackson, get anything special? Or I should say, anything special that's not railroad related for Christmas? Secondary boxes are great. Alright, so now we are working on the next minifigure, which I think, yes, it's the second to last minifigure as well. Now, where are your trousers? There you are. Oh man, the old satchel. God, I remember that back to the old Indiana Jones days. Of course it is. Of course it is, Jackson. Sometimes you are predictable, man. You are very predictable. And there's with the hair. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the second to last minifigure of the set. We have Flynn Rider from Rapunzel. Or for anybody who knows the film that well, his real name is Eugene Fitzherbert. So, technically speaking, he's an Irishman. Because if you ever hear Fitz in any name, you can tell that is Irish. And now we continue with the structural bits of this part of the set. It's actually pretty funny, Jackson. The equipment I'm using for the stream is literally just my iPhone. It's plugged in to that mount that you saw at the show, which you were on the stream for, and it is on the tripod that you also saw at the show. So, for all intents and purposes, really simple. They got some strange places. Oh, we're spinning this around now? Okay. So let's see. Come here. Don't be difficult. Oh, and we are extending it outwards overhang, huh? Makes sense. Very practical. Yeah, no worries, Jackson. Oh, and since you're here, I might as well tell you, if you're paying attention to the stream title, it is not just a Lego build, but it is also a Q&A. So you got any questions about anything that's in the room, anything that's behind me, anything that's over here, anything about whatever's going on, just look at the rules in the description, and feel free to ask any question you want. It makes this more exciting. Had some very good early parts of the stream as a World of Tanks player that I know who is pretty famous in the community decided to drop in on me. So shout out to him. Ooh. Back to the gold pieces, eh? Which wooden case are we talking? I've got two of them up behind me. Are we talking the dark one? Or are we talking the light one? Because I've got two of those things here. And I gotta fix this blanket because it is slipping out on me again. As is this one. The light one. Oh, this one? This is a display case for challenge coins and medallions. I've had this one for quite some time. I even have the, which thing is this? Oh yes, I've got the Railroader challenge coins up there from quite a while ago. Yeah, I got things from museums, I got things from places I've been, I got whole tons of stuff up in there from long ago, including from my Sea Cadet days. And the other one, well, it's pretty plain and simple. That's full of shot glasses. And no, I don't drink. It's just one of those cheap and simple items that I can get when I go places. So, yeah. You do the same, Jackson. You do the same. And hopefully I'll catch you at the public meeting on January 15th. I don't know when the board meeting is, though. I gotta ask about that. You have a Merry Christmas, mate. into one of these, huh? Ooh, putting in a nice big light. I like it. It's a real nice thing there. I'll show you this, folks. Nice big light fixture for the kitchen. Very simple, too. Simplistic but effective. That's what I like to see. Oh, come on. There we go. Pop right on in. Let's see here. 2 smaller pieces. There we go. Back to the more simple more simple things I see. Those golds again. 1, 2, 3. Back we go. And up we go. Oh, no you don't. Caught ya. Sometimes the little things like to slip out on me. Even with rubber gloves on, you can still lose pieces. I mean, all those who've been watching all stream, you've noticed. We are having a pattern here of pieces that are sticking out. I have the sneaking suspicion that we are going to be putting a lot of gold. Yep, look at the next step, and sure as heck, I was right. Like I said, repetition, repetition, repetition. One, 2, 3, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7. One too many. And we are putting them on the sides of the castle now. Moving right along, singing a song, walking in that winter wonderland. Now starting to put things up the sides of the outside. Interesting. And now the outside of the front too. That makes sense. You don't want to see these be barren. We're adding more gold here. 4 and 4. Awesome. Very nice, very nice. Continue to make progress. Because progress is exactly what you want. Pardon me. Easy there, stomach. There are still other things to do, and we're going to finish this. Believe me, we are not going to stop until this is done. I made that commitment today, of all days, because we had the chance. Building up the corners again. Nice. Adding the gold on the outside. Sweet. Easy does it. interesting thing there. Hard to tell if it looks as if it is a planter or something completely different. Right there. Now I gotta turn this way so I can see what I'm doing. Adding the little tops of the ice cream cone type things here. Nice. Add above the little windowsill. Oh, now that's... Oh, I see what this is. I like that. Little early sketch of Mickey Mouse right there. From the Steamboat Willie days. 1929. And the wand. The fairy godmother wand. So that's what's going in here. I get it. It's like a storage area. That's very clever. I will give full credit to the person who came up with that. Oh, it gets even better, chat. It gets even better. Wait until this thing's built. Because it's going to go so well with the stuff that's over there. Hang on a second. Here we are, folks. Look at this. Look at this little thing. It's a little old movie camera from the olden days. That's awesome. And that goes in here too. I love it. That's genius right there. That shows you how much you really can put into a set when you really, really care. Because this is the 100th anniversary stuff. I mean, you cannot go wrong. You absolutely cannot go wrong with stuff like that for a set like this. And even though it was 2 years ago, it was 2 years ago that this set came out. Two years ago, and it's looking great. I know it's late for me to build it, but I mean, heck, it's better late than never. I mean, let's be honest here, folks. Anybody who is a Lego builder, they'll know full well that Lego is not for being built at any one point in time. It's for being built when you want to build it. And this time, because I had the time, I chose to build this now. And boy, am I ever so happy to do that. Oh, that's real cheeky right there. You get to put the little thing on top of those things to give a little secret hideaway. Alright, chat, I'll show you what it looks like after bags 18. That little thing here, and this is what this little thing is here. Little secret compartment. With the Steamboat Willie Mickey, with the Fairy Godmother's wand, and the old movie camera. All safely closed away. Tell me that's not an interesting Easter egg. Because that right there, that's like chef's kiss right there. Bags 19, folks. Bags 19. We're doing great. If we keep going, we just might make it. We just might finish this up before 9 o'clock tonight. I'm seeing paint utensils. Do I have the sneaking suspicion as to what this one is? I think I know. I thought so. Ladies and gentlemen, the final princess in the set, we have Rapunzel. I'll be honest, it's downright adorable. Although I'm surprised that they didn't make the braid longer. But then you know what? Limitations. And we are moving to bag 19, folks. Bag 19. Let's keep this up. We're almost to the finish. Looks like an old fireplace, I'm suspecting here. Yep, I'm seeing things like things for a rug. Nice. What do we have going on the front? Right. nice. Starting to build onward and upward. Checking to see if there's anybody else in chat. Anybody want to call out and state their presence? Scaling the tower here. Very nicely done. Oop, come back here. Come here. Slide down the sides. That's what we should have done before. But we didn't. Things on to hold things in. Spin it around. Ooh, yes, so that is Rapunzel. That's why, because I recognize that work from there. Time to go back to the stickers. And I know which one that is. Beautiful. Plant that on there. Good. Looking very good. Oh, we need a brown this time, not a gold. Here we are. And then we gotta line these up in front. That would be number 12. And now where to go? There. So that's 12 pieces now that have fallen off the edge. Numbers just keep racking up, don't they, chat? Don't they, don't they? Oh, hang up. Oh, now that's a cheeky little one. Oh, you'll like this coming up, folks. You'll like this. So, we are in need of another sticker. Once we get done with this step, folks, I'll show you what this is, because this impressed me. It literally took me a few seconds before I could realize what it was that I was building. I was like, wait a minute, I know that! Nice little bookcase here. Oh, wow, it's a triple high. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Again, folks, pardon the volume from downstairs. If you heard that, that was just my dad saying something loud. Don't know what it was, but probably best not to know. Oop, careful. My finger slipped. I'll show you this, folks. Nice nifty little bookcase here, like how some of them are sticking out. That's always coming from me. I always love a good library. Because I'll be honest with you, reading is so important for everybody here. It really is. And yet still, it's as if the generations of reading are just slipping away. Because everything is electronic. Well, doesn't mean you can't try things like audiobooks. Audiobooks are pretty nice sometimes. That's kind of why I started doing the audiobook series on my YouTube channel. So, and hopefully in the new year I'll be able to get back to that. No, we have another one to put up. Another painting. Number 8. Oh, so this one is one from the movie Moana, I see. I never watched that movie. I wasn't really thrilled with it. I don't know why. Probably because it spoke about demigods. Let's be honest, there are far too many people on this earth who try to act like it. But I won't get into that here, because it's Christmas. Oh, nice lat. Ah, so that's how you're gonna do that one, huh? Okay, I like it. I like that little touch. You guys will see that once we have this step done. You guys will get to see this because this is something you are gonna want to see. I did not realize that. Oh, and there's another little fun Easter egg. An oar, so that's got to be with him. That makes sense. And we got the painting utensils, of course. Put that in the little bit over here. Save the extra. Nice, I really like that. It's all these subtle little ideas here that really, really make things work. Let's plant it in place, shall we? There we are. All the oars and things reminds me of the Disney Sea, the Society of Explorers and Adventurers. If you don't know about that, folks, and you want to know about something like that, check out the YouTube channel called Offhand Disney. He has a bunch of content on stuff like that. It's really entertaining. I've been watching, God, I think I've been watching him for at least 2-3 years now that I think about it. It's gotta be at least 2.5, I would think. And we continue the cycle of building the towers and turrets. Add this big part here. Make sure that is secure. Oh, I see what they did. They did a little cheeky breaky here. Thought they could trick me. I saw it in the end. Alright, folks. I'll show you this now. This I find absolutely incredible here. So it's not only is there the kitchen from Beauty and the Beast, and there's this. Up in the library here, you have one of the oars from Moana here, if you can see. And you got the rose from Beauty and the Beast. But And of course you got the fireplace with the painting from Rapunzel. But look here. You see that? That's the magic carpet from Aladdin, along with the genie's lamp. How about them apples? That right there is truly remarkable. Bag 20, folks. Bag 20. Just keep pushing through it, folks. We'll make it. And if anybody who's watching this stream down the line wants to look at it and say I'm crazy for doing a stream like this, call me crazy all you want. Because guess what? For a lot of things, all of us humans are crazy. But I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot, and this has been a great stream. I have never had such a fun stream like this before, and a lot of it comes down to the viewer engagement. People who decided to show up and, well, take a watch and take a listen. All of you, it's all thanks to you. All I can do is provide the content. It's up to all of you to be able to watch. That's number 13 now. And where did you go this time? Ah, there you are. Ah. Interesting, we are getting with the golden telescopes now. Going to... Ooh, we're getting to one of the more decorative parts of the towers, aren't we? Wow. Okay. 3 high. Might as well get these things put in here. Gotta get them in real close here. Nice, very nice. Interesting. Gonna fit this guy in here, and I'm gonna do 3 of these for this side. Okay. Wow. Really starting to put things up. Moving back to the other side, huh? Okay. Nice. Nice. Both looking very good. More gold pieces. Here. Here. Stuff one in the corner. Do, dee, do, do. Clever spacing tactic. I like it. It's one great thing. It's another great thing about Lego sets is you would be surprised at how many different kinds of things there are to just be out there. And the techniques that people come up with, it's truly spectacular whenever you get a chance to look at it, because the possibilities are just, well, in truth, endless. One? Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Sort of like uprights. And here we are after bags 20, folks. We don't have much. Oh, come here. Don't misbehave. You're in front of the camera. Here we go. Got a bunch of the externals looking fabulous. Do a little twist right there. But yeah. I definitely think this is going to be really, really something to remember, chat. Bags 21. Bags 21. power through it, chat. We're almost there. We are almost there. We can do it. We can make it, chat. This may be like an 8-hour stream, but God, have we managed to push through. Let's just keep working. Keep working until we are done. But let's not get sloppy here. Pardon the sudden car alarm. And this is going on the front. Very nice. Two times. Should put it at the front, not at the back of the step. Interesting. Ooh. Looks like we got some sort of tall tapestry here. I am curious. Interesting. Right on there. Ah, interesting. Slide it up here. That's real nice. Real nice on the Citadel. Oh, doing double levels of the windows, eh? That makes sense. Sit up and stretch a little bit. Interesting, you're going with rigid pieces. I don't know why I said rigid. on white pieces, it's really difficult to see some of the mold printing. There it is. You gotta rotate them very carefully to find them. Oh, look at that, it's a bed. Nice. Alright, so this goes up here, it appears. Looks as if there is something that's supposed to go beneath it, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting. Go. Oh, that's interesting. Have to take a deeper look into that, because I've never seen that like that. Ah, this is where it starts coming together. Now I see. Spin it around. Nice. Looking very nice now. As that tower continues to grow. Oh, now there's an interesting thing. The poison apple. I swear, I am loving these Easter eggs that are up here. It's really quite incredible. All the stuff that you could put into a set like this. Interesting. Ah, I see what I did. Alright, check. Here is the next part of the citadel. I don't think it gets any more accurate than that. Especially seeing everything. Now, I noticed up here in the bedroom that this bed can be removed to have something underneath it. But also up in here, that's where the apple for Snow White is. I love I swear to God, this has got to be one of the best Disney sets that has ever been created, because I have never in my life seen so many things and so many Easter eggs in one set. I am not gonna lie. Alright, so now we're starting to get to smaller things, so let's see if this can be quicker, shall we? Step 902. Wow. The fact that we are this far in. Hey, it's what happens when you have motivation. Okay. Ooh, green flames. I think I know what this is. I think I know what scene from a Disney movie this is. We will see if what I am. We'll see if what I'm thinking is correct. I have the sneaking suspicion that this might be something from a Disney movie of my youth. I wonder. We will indeed see if we are correct, chat. I see it looks like there are some people sneaking in the back door there. Shout yourselves out, people. Who do we have here at this late part of the stream? Oh, bugger. Just as I decide to promote things, things all go, as the term goes, cattywampus. Alright. Minor setback. Minor setback. Find out where that other gray piece is. What happens when things decide to go boom? We need to turn on a flashlight or something to try and find that thing. Because that thing could have gone anywhere. Oh! Hi, Mom. Alright, so I need to find a little flashlight or something, because now I am not sure where I'm going to find those things. There's a light on this. Okay, definitely not. Let's try this first. Aha, there you are. Well, I didn't ask for it to be on a strobe setting. Of all the things with these flashlights, it goes to the strobe setting. Alright. Put you back up there. And this time we're going to hold you proper. Alright. Anybody else who is in chat? I see that there are 4 people watching. Who else is in the chat? Feel free to shout yourself out. Because being in the chat is only part of it. Alright. These flames just really want to be a pain in the neck tonight. Stay there. Alright, there we go. That works. So turn around. There is a random unicorn horn. Interesting. I know what this scene is. Oh, I know it now. Yep, I know exactly what this scene is, folks. For those who have seen Disney movies, I'm sure you're going to recognize it too soon as well. We're going to put this in here. Cool that it turns. I'll give you a quick teaser, folks. This right here, the spindle of a spinning wheel, that's from Sleeping Beauty. And on the other side, there you go, the green flames. That tells you Maleficent, right there. Be sure to know your Disney villains, folks. Be sure to know your Disney villains. I am really, really liking all of these. It's absolutely stunning. We are working slowly our way up the tower, which I think is genius, because it really allows you to just see how much goes into this. Like this is probably one of the most genius sets I have ever seen. And I know in certain regards, it doesn't take much to impress me, but believe me, when you impress me like this, you impress me. Okay. 3, 3, and 3. Extra pieces away. Alright, so that appears to be remaining out, so we're going to leave that. Now we're moving on to bag 23, folks. Bag 23. After this, we've got 2 bags. 2 more. Let's keep going. Excuse me. Put that on backwards. Dingbat. Going lots of gold with this level. Lots of gold. It's like gold and lots of stonework in this one. Ah, I see we're setting this on top of that now. I get it. We are shrinking the tower, it looks like. Ooh. And we come to one of the more devilish parts. We come to the mirror. Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest one of all? One of the most sinister parts of the film. Oof, 10. Wow. Okay. Bring out the claws and fangs here. Interesting bit. Glad that things are able to keep moving, because we must. Alright. And then we got 6 of those. here's a good one. We have come to a very interesting little bit in the tower, which I'll show you guys right now, just to get it out of the way. We have the glass slipper. Now that is a perfect touch. Only question now that I think about it, if it's a glass slipper, how would you shape that into Lego form? Would that just be a block as well? Anybody watching this, let me know in the comments down below what you think. We are getting very close, people, very close. Just a little bit longer. I know it's been a long day with this. But let's make this count. Let's indeed make this count. Alright, quick update of the tower after bag 23. Here we go. Nice little externals here. Let's make sure these are pointed straight and not inward. And there we have that. That is the entire update for bag 23. We are so close, folks. We are now on bag 24. Bag 24. After this, we got one more left, folks. One more left. Just hang tight and don't fall asleep yet, because we ain't done yet. red piece in here. Fascinating. Excuse me. We're using some of these Black X pieces. Hadn't seen these for a little while. Oh, this goes like that? Interesting. Ah, yes, there's that. I always forget about those little upside down tricks. Time to add the little golden faucets. And back to the golden cones. Okay, that is number 14. We are almost there, folks. Almost there. Just keep on trekking. That's all we need to do. Don't you dare fall over. Not when we are in the finishing stretch. we got more of these to do, huh? Okay. Well. Round and round we go. Where do we stop? Nobody knows. You know, speaking of Cinderella Castle, folks, I just remembered this, and I can't believe I hadn't said it before this time in the stream, but believe it or not, if you actually go to Cinderella Castle, there is actually a suite that is literally up inside the castle that you can stay in. I don't exactly remember what the price of it is, but I can assure you if you're I guess you could say if you're either well off or willing to sell an arm and a leg, you would definitely be able to get a few nights in said suite. So, yeah. Take of that what you will. Alright. Interesting. Alright, make sure that is secure in place. Set there. Almost there, folks. We are almost there. This is where it gets exciting. Okay, putting in more of these then. Yep, it's getting close, Mom. It's getting close. Didn't think it was going to take up the entire rest of the day, but, well, excuse me. I said I was going to be willing to do it, and, well, here we are. Nearly done. One bag after this. we are. Here is the second to last update on the tower, folks. Look at all the gold, look at all the accenting. I am curious to wonder what's going to go up in the top. I suspect it's going to be something movie related, but just that detail on this, it's so gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Bag 25, folks. Bag 25. We are here. Let's wrap this up. Four of those. Apologies, chat, if any of you heard that in the background. That was the sound of my old man belching downstairs. Gotta do more of these, huh? Oh, this is interesting. Four more of them, except these have an extra little bit in them. we slide them both together. Very clever design. And we are topping the tower, ladies and gentlemen. We are topping the tower. Lovely. Okay, that's number 15 now. Oh, it appears we have a little sticker. Yes, if you're still listening down there, I did hear that from up here. It is not that difficult to hear that man belch. Last stickers, folks, last stickers. Yeah, I know. Funny. And we are attaching it to the top, folks. Alright, folks, here we are. Here is the tower. Here is the whole upper part of the citadel. Is this not gorgeous? Look at this. Oh man, this, and we are, I do believe, we are putting this on the top. Let us find out. Yes, we are. Of course, then one decides to fall off right at the very last second. Come here, you. Oh, and baby, we get to make fireworks. Oh, that's awesome. I'm fine with that. 'Cause it's fine by me. I like the use of the giant snowflakes for this. It's very clever. And they're using the wands for this as well. I like it. spare pieces out. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you, after 8 hours and 4 minutes, I give you Cinderella Castle, 100 Years of Disney. I gotta say, this has got to be the best ever set I have ever made to date. With all of the incredible parts, the incredible everything. It's truly, truly remarkable. I cannot say enough how incredibly amazing this set is, how incredibly just superb it is. Just to see all of it together, it's truly, truly spectacular. I mean, I cannot say enough to how great this looks. It's truly, truly something special. And with everything that there is, the fact that we were able to do this in this time, on this day, it's absolutely amazing. And you know what, folks? Because it's here, and you're also here, I'm going to move this stuff out of the way, and we are actually going to switch the camera view, because we are going to put this thing on top of its final destination. So let's take a look here. Let me just realign it here a little bit, folks. And here we are, folks. The final resting place of Cinderella Castle, 100 Years of Disney, is here for us to see. Right next to our 100 Years of Disney movie camera. And a little recreation of one of the scenes that was created by Walt Disney over a century ago. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Lego Disney. I could not be more pleased with this. I really, really enjoyed it, and my, I never thought that I would have so much fun building a Lego Disney set on, of all days, Christmas Day. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thank all of those in chat for tuning in. A special thanks to Aurorax78 from World of Tanks on the NA and EU servers for popping in. It was an absolute honor and a pleasure, my friend. And all of those who tuned in, Lakeshore Rail Fan, Myra Queen, the Buffalo Rail Fan, every single one of you. Thank you all so much for coming. I look forward to seeing you guys in the next Lego building stream, whenever that's going to be. And I hope you have a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. I am the Tank Commander, signing off, and Merry Christmas.